This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development. We want to thank you all for leaving behind your very busy schedules to be a part of this conversation today as we go beyond the controversy to harness tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sector, which is our theme for today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm honored to be your compere for this occasion. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all and say, please put your hands together for yourselves for being here very early. And as we proceed in the agenda, I'd like to please make welcome the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigogun, as he gives us the welcome address.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in welcoming you warmly to roundtable this morning. She had asked that we applaud ourselves for coming early. And I saw virtually all the hands coming together. I'm not sure whether we all came in. But I have a burden for time. We need to get started so we don't punish people for coming early. So welcome once again. We are here to talk about tax. One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never. We are at a cross-section in Nigeria where two things are happening. There is, of course, the burden for fiscalizing the economy, for raising funding for the economy. But there is also the conversation around, and this is what democracy does, conversation around rights advocacy. And what I found very interesting in the tax debate is how different parts of the country pretended that the tax bills affected different parts of the country differently. In terms of geography, certainly it will affect you differently in terms of your income. It will affect you differently in terms of how you generate revenues. But I don't think, and I have not seen anything in the tax bill that is geographical, as some people wanted us to believe. But I'm happy that we have made significant progress, but I'm even happier today that the man who has led that process, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who's chairman of the presidential group, is here with us this morning. He has said this many times, and it made a lot of sense to me. At the beginning, many of the people who were talking about the tax bills had not even read the bills. And many were not even interested in reading the bills. In Nigeria, everybody has an opinion. But the opinion that really matters as we proceed today include the opinion of people like Mr. Oyedele. And I'd like to welcome him warmly and to welcome our panelists warmly as well. I have absolutely no doubt that when we are done today, that you would accept that the time you have spent with us this morning has been well spent. Once again, let me welcome you warmly and to say that we are indeed very delighted to be in partnership with our friends from Olaniu Ajayi, who are here to ensure that we stay we stay within the law and perhaps provide some deep insight from the work that they do that will help shape our conversation here this morning. That said, all I need to do now is get away from your way so we can get going. Once again, welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the publisher of BusinessDay. Please put your hands together again for him for that welcome address. And now we'll be going to our keynote address for today. And to give us this keynote speech is none other than the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms set up by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC, where he worked for 22 years, including over 10 years in top leadership positions, gaining in-depth knowledge and diverse experience ranging from tax advisory and policy advocacy to business strategy consulting, leadership development, and policy design and execution. He has the mandate to carry out critical reforms bordering on fiscal governance, revenue transformation, and economic growth facilitation. He is an accountant by profession and economist by training. He is an author, keynote speaker, mentor, and commentator on finance, business, and economic matters. I mean, the list is endless, but we'll have to just keep it here because we really, truly value your time today. Please join me in bringing up to the stage Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to BusinessDay and my big brother. Why the reforms are necessary? It's because our fiscal space, the space for revenue, spending, and even how we borrow is constrained. We are not able to do the things we should be doing as a country. And the tax system is not conducive enough for growth. So our tax system has become an impediment to growth. It's holding us down. We can't move as fast. We can't grow as fast. And you would agree with me that Nigeria needs all the growth that we can get, particularly if we can make those growth to be inclusive. Our tax to GDP ratio has been one of the lowest in the world. The good news is, although this is not official yet, is that from just about 10% in 2023, we are now at about 13.6% of tax to GDP ratio by the end of 2024. Another, you have to pay taxes every turn. One of the truckers said that they budget around 700,000 naira when they are bringing yam from the north to the south, one trip. So that is why you would also notice that when you look at the inflation data, the difference between the rural and urban inflation for food should normally just be transport. But in Nigeria, it's around 500 basis points. So you can't explain that with transport alone. These illegal taxes are also a major part of the trouble that we are going through. Yam then gets to Lagos and the poor man cannot afford it. So that is not sustainable. Our tax system is not competitive, which means if you are thinking of where to put investment in Africa, we are unlikely to be the
certain percentage of what you have paid over time to you as an incentive. And given the fact that even Akpabio said earlier, this said that up to 30% of, maybe about 30% of Nigerians are only paying taxes. So he now said that after this, if this our tax reform bills should be passed, he said everybody will be made, like everybody will be forced to be paying taxes. So my question is that, is it really possible for us to have a kind of a scheme where we can really use to incentivize people to pay? Like maybe those few that have been faithful to the payment of their taxes, maybe we should be giving them like 5%, maybe on quarterly basis, or maybe, I don't know. That's one. Then the second one is that earlier, maybe I think last year, I saw you on channel television with Shion. So you mentioned that there will be taxes on public transportation. So we all know that those people that collect taxes on public transport system in Nigeria, there are agberos everywhere around Nigeria. So I want to be sure, I want to know if this bill should be passed, is it that we are going to eradicate agbero from our system? Yes, because they don't collect our taxes and they even make transport to be so high everywhere. So please, I want to.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Nigeria to spend 4.5% more than it earns in 2025, says IMF. Katsina expresses interest to take over federal government's 10 megawatts wind farm. Airpeace suspends flight operations nationwide over NEMET strike. Istanbul residents flood street after 6.2 magnitude quake. NPFL fines El Kanemi Warriors 3.5 million naira to play behind closed doors. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the International Monetary Fund has projected that Nigeria's fiscal deficit will worsen, with the government spending 4.5% more than it earns in both 2025 and 2026. According to IMF data, this marks a deeper shortfall compared to 2024, when Nigeria's general government overall balance stood at 3.4% of GDP. This deficit is projected to rise to 4.5% of GDP in the following 2 years. According to the IMF data, Nigeria's general government revenue is projected to decline to 14.0 in 2025 and 13.9 in 2026 from 14.4 in 2024. Analysts reveal that a persistent and widening deficit means the government will have to borrow more, increasing the national debt burden, which could strain public finances. Moving on, the Katsina state government has expressed interest in taking over the federal government's 10-megawatt wind farm in the state to boost electricity supply while integrating additional solar energy to expand the plant's capacity. The state governor, Diko Umar Rada, revealed this on Tuesday, April 22nd, during a strategic dialogue with the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, aiming to improve energy development partnerships between the federal and state governments. A statement made available by the special advisor to the minister, Bila Tunji, revealed that a high-level meeting focused on aligning federal and state efforts to advance sustainable power infrastructure while expanding electricity access in Katsina state. The minister added that improved electricity supply will enhance the quality of life, stimulating economic growth and development in the region. Still on, Airpeace Airlines has announced with immediate effect the suspension of its flight operations nationwide due to the ongoing strike by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency. A statement released by the airline says the decision is necessary because NEMET is the agency responsible for issuing CNH, which is the current nowcast of hazardous weather reports, critical for safe landing, especially during the season of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms. The strike is backed by 3 industry unions, including the National Union of Air Transport Employees, Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service Technical and Recreational Services Employees, and the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals. According to the airline, flight safety cannot be guaranteed without this report from the control tower. Now to end the local news, death toll in the latest herdsmen massacre at Ukum near Zakibian and other parts of the Sankera constituency in Benue State has climbed to 70. This marks a series of massacres by herdsmen in Benue following January 1st, 2018 New Year Day massacre in Guma and Logu local council when the government gave them mass burial. According to reports, the herders are openly flaunting their AK-47s and other weapons in full public glare, raping and killing residents. This current siege on Benue State has been seen as the most far-reaching and the most sustained by the herdsmen terrorists. And on the foreign scene, a series of earthquakes, including a 6.2 magnitude tremor, have struck near Istanbul, shaking buildings and prompting people to flee their homes. Report says that at least 151 were injured, jumping from high places, while no death and major structural damage were reported. Turkish Emergency Services says the largest earthquake on Wednesday, April 23rd, struck at 12:49 local time at a depth of 6.92 kilometers, which is 4.3 miles. Large groups of people remained on streets as aftershock struck in the afternoon, as many prepared to spend the night outside to safeguard against another strong tremor. Also, India has announced measures targeting Pakistan a day after 26 people were killed by gunmen at a Himalayan tourist attraction in Indian-administered Kashmir. They include the closure of the main border crossing linking the two countries, the suspension of a landmark water-sharing treaty, the expulsion of diplomats, and an order for some Pakistani visa holders to leave within 48 hours. According to India's foreign minister, the Pakistani officials who have denied the country's role in the attack will meet today to come up with a response. The attack in Pahalgam was one of the deadliest in recent memory for the restive region, threatening to aggravate already icy bilateral ties. And now to sports, the Niger Premier Football League has slammed El Kanemi Warriors with a 3.5 million naira fine following crowd trouble during their matchday 34 clash against Ikorodu City in Maiduguri. The NPFL also ordered their stadium closed to fans for the rest of the season. This was revealed by NPFL in a post on its website on Wednesday after El Kanemi Warriors supporters were found guilty of vandalizing the visiting team's vehicle and throwing objects into the pitch during the match. Now to end the news, Victor Osimhen has netted his 30th goal of the season as Galatasaray thrashed Konyaspor 5-1 in their Turkish Cup semi-final clash on Tuesday. Currently on loan from Napoli, the 26-year-old forward has flourished in Istanbul, consistently showcasing his lethal finishing. The Super Eagles striker scored 21 goals in the Super League, 6 in the Europa League, and 3 in the Turkish Cup. The strike underlines Osimhen's incredible goal-scoring campaign, taking his tally to 30 goals and 6 assists across all competitions for the Turkish giant. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present.
BusinessDay Media Limited held its annual property investment conference Pre-Invest on the 14th of March. The conference brought together stakeholders, investors, policymakers and innovators to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market and address the opportunities, challenges, growth and future of the industry. This year's edition is themed The Future of Real Estate, harnessing demographics, urbanization and opportunities amid economic shift. BusinessDay's publisher, Frank Ibohun, delivered a notable welcome address, emphasizing that the real estate sector is no longer just evolving, but redefining the future of Nigeria's non-oil economy.
The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. Following a recent gross domestic product rebasing by the National Bureau of Statistics, your sector was adjudged to have surpassed the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, to become the third contributor to economic development in Nigeria.
According to PwC 2024 report, the real estate is now one of Africa's most dynamic sectors, with a market value projected to exceed $900 billion by 2030.
The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector,
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are right set to explore what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. Of course, I've got, as always, in the studio with me, Mr. Mohammed Akonji is all set, ready for us to dissect some of the stories this morning.
Why did you be able to qualify? Good morning, and hope you had a good night. How did you be able to qualify the introduction with that? I don't know. This all set.
Yeah, all set and ready.
All
guns blazing.
Perhaps. I mean, the news environment was actually awash with political stories yesterday. The political dynamics, that we've seen, across, especially the South and the Southeast, was maybe just shocking. To some people, was actually expected, but to me, when the announcement came, it sent the kind of a shockwaves, dominoes across the political space, and then perhaps what's likely going to be able to happen. And then the other thing that really kind of able to strike me was, the issue about this tariff. has been who is going to blink first, Trump or China. It appears Trump is likely going to be the first, because with the olive branch is trying to be able to extend to China now, and what is likely going to be able to do with respect to the tariff, it appears that, because I was watching a video as I was coming here, released on the Chinese media platforms, where they actually be able to make jest of Trump as to who eventually blink first, horse or you. And it appears that it's actually Trump that was likely going to be able to do that first.
It appears so.
It appears so. Because, I mean, in fact, when I watched the CNN this morning, they call it like the Trump's trade war olive branch, that is actually be able to do there. There has been a lot of deviation and mistrust. So the olive branch is actually extending to China now, despite all the shenanigans and the, oh no, we will never be able to back down. This is actually going to be able to go all the way. But maybe he's actually be able to feel the pinch. We've seen Doge recently, Elon Musk as well, who is actually trying to be able to soft pedal on some of those aggressive stands that he took earlier in the administration.
The ripple effects aren't looking good.
Even for himself and for his business. We just had some other things, the Tesla as well, the businesses, the stock of the Dow Jones have actually been able to nosedive. So we see some level of, trying to be able to taper those moves these days and try to be able to contain them. Maybe sometimes, exuberance will just into power. Let's be able to have those exuberance. I mean, it reminded me of when the IG of police took over. This IG Kade Petokoni said, "Oh, the lion and the tiger in me will actually be able to fight, the criminals and every other thing." But maybe 2 years or 3 years down the line, has security really been? Have we been able to get a chokehold of security like that? So maybe exuberance, the initial, what can I call that? Initial exuberance that always able to come with, oh, I'm just starting something. I get able to have that exuberance.
We say in Nigeria, initial gra-gra.
Something of that nature.
Let's just use
and then by the time you actually be able to get into the reality, you actually started dawning on you. You started being able to come to terms to see, oh, is this really where I can be able to go, or I need to be able to paper it? But I'm sure the paper is actually there about the massive cross carpet, the massive defections, that gale of defections that we've seen yesterday, and I'm sure we'll be able to talk about that.
Absolutely.
So it's really happy to be here.
But let's see what we have on our papers this morning. Let's start off this morning with the BusinessDay newspaper. It's our very own, so let's talk about what we have there. It says healthcare lapses leave even the insured paying out of pocket. We had spoken about this thing sometimes. As patients struggle to access medicines, and this is really sad. And then IMF to federal government broaden subsidy reforms with fiscal discipline. A lot of conversations around fiscal, environment and all of that. Even from the tax event we had, the policy intervention dialogue we had the other day, we were speaking on just fiscal policies. It says sees Nigeria spending 4.5% more than revenue in 2025. And then down on BusinessDay paper says Nigeria Eurobond yields deep as global trade fears cool. Let's start off with talking about the healthcare lapses, leaving even the insured paying out of pocket.
Insured. I mean, it's becoming a reality right now. How the intended purpose why the government actually be able to the government came up with the health insurance scheme. The purpose of that is just to be able to protect against financial challenges that people could have, when they be able to have an health challenge and they need to be able to pay out of pocket. And that was what actually be able to inform the health insurance policies that could that is actually expected to be able to relieve the burden and the pressure on average healthcare patients, or generally civil servants, average workers on the street, and people across different spectrum. But the reports there show that has not actually been able to yield the desired result. Especially you get to most of the hospitals today, most of the healthcare providers, they'll be telling you this particular service is not covered. Remember, just a friend was actually telling me recently of going to be able to complain about some pains he's actually having in his arm, and we're treating him for malaria or something. And that has actually been a recurring incident. Another one that actually spoke to me, who was actually on one of the popular HMO platforms, got there to be able to get delivery, and we're saying some basic things actually be able to look basic healthcare needs or basic healthcare provisions. But although this is actually not covered. So the chain or the complex web of things that are actually going on there appears not to be clear to people. Because I mean, from some of those interviews and some of those that were actually interviewed, for some of those who actually able to spoke to our journalists here about their experience so far, have actually been that what they've actually been promised in terms of, you will actually be able to get this, you'll be able to get some of these services. In fact, some go as far as actually be able to promise people to say, you're going to have gym services, you're going to be able to have this, you have dental care, you have this and that, only for them to be able to get in, making some of those payments and then getting to hospitals to be able to receive the services. And we were told, we're sorry, this is actually not covered. That is one. And even to some point where some of the what's it called? The healthcare holders, some of the patients who actually be able to be on those particular platforms are treated like second-class citizens in hospitals. When you get there and you're telling them, I'm actually coming. HMOs,
and then there's always this thing these days when
so you see this
segregation.
Are
you paying out of pocket or HMO? And HMO, like, please hold on. Especially if you mention some HMOs, it seems like there's some HMOs that just have so they have a bad rep for maybe not paying
on
their,
time,
paying
the hospitals on time.
The hospitals on time. They have a bad rep for maybe having like just not paying. So they don't treat them with.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't.
And that's actually being
so it's the patient that gets to now bear the brunt
of actually paying for those things out of pocket.
Even the plans, for health insurance
plans.
Companies, they do have different plans. So they have like bronze, they have
these basic
bronze,
plans,
the gold, silver, and all of that, platinum, and all of that. So usually, when they're selling, because most people, maybe if you buy a corporate plan or a retail plan, a corporate plan being that your company buys it for you. If you're buying a retail plan, you are buying it, but it's your HMO. Usually your relationship manager should explain to you and say to you, okay, this is, in fact, there's a policy document that is sent to you that shows what your bronze covers, shows what your silver covers.
This category
but I think that sometimes, while people, it's just like when they say people don't read agreements and all that. Sometimes while people might read, they might not completely understand, because sometimes when you read it, you are seeing, some of the basic things covered, like maybe normal malaria and all of that. But you could go to the hospital and perhaps you complain of like a pain. And then they said, when you're doctors will ask like, has this happened? Have you had history of having this pain before? And then you would say, yeah, I think I've had it once before. So by the time they reach out to
your HMO providers,
HMO providers will now say, we don't cover pre-existing conditions, because in the policy document you say pre-existing conditions. So the HMO will now say they don't cover pre-existing conditions. And let me tell you, that's where I really have the problem. Because yes, there is that understanding of not covering pre-existing conditions. Not covering pre-existing conditions are always like if you have
medical situations before you join the
like for instance, if you have high blood pressure and God forbid, like cancer or things like that, like it's not covered. But I find it strange when you perhaps say, I've had that pain before, because I'm like, why then are you paying for the
That's
malaria?
Why are you paying for the service? Okay.
No, hold
why
on.
are you paying for malaria?
If you're covering because I've had malaria before.
That's what I'm saying.
So
why would
how do you guys tie your pre-existing conditions to certain things that now look like, this one it has passed our power? Not like it has passed our power. Like they're trying not to pay
for that
so
particular.
Much.
Of
do you
course,
understand? Because have I not had malaria before?
That's what I'm saying. Telling me that if you have had it,
that's
you cannot
always
be able to
my
make payment
major
for that.
issue, because I've worked in insurance before, and I used to say to them that, because when clients are speaking to me, they will say to me, so where do you guys draw the line on pre-existing conditions? Because if I've had a headache before, if I go and complain in the hospital now, they are going to give me pain relievers. So where do you guys draw the line on pre-existing condition? You now say when it's now cancer, they'll now come and reach out to you. Cancer is even far. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Just talking about ulcer, because personally I will go and I don't do the basic plan. I'll go and they'll say, ulcer, pre-existing condition.
So it's not covered.
I'm like, it's not even ulcer, but I've had that pain before. They'll say, yeah, it's a sign of ulcer, pre-existing condition. But why is it that when I have headache, you guys will cover
I'm saying.
Why is it not pre-existing?
That is really, really
so that's where the HMOs
because I feel like when you're actually filling the forms, when we are filling the forms for the HMOs, one of the questions they ask is to say, okay, what are the existing I expect that people to ask,
and then people write them.
So that's true. Sometimes if you are doing retail plan, for corporate plans, when you're doing that, you write them and it's okay. You actually placed on this, and then when you have the policy documents to say these are the services that are covered, these health coverages or these health conditions or these situations will not be covered. So it is quite shocking to me to say, just like because pre-existing conditions, I have stomach pain, I have headache, I have malaria. These are common things that people always definitely have.
Yes, but you cover those ones.
That's what I'm saying.
So certain things you now suddenly
so I agree, fine, you can be able to divide your customers into those plans. If you think, because what I find like people to do in that stage is, if you don't be able to have some of these pre-existing situations or conditions, then it will be better you are on this plan, and so that your premium that you actually be able to be paying may be higher on a normal basis. But at least, because the question I'm saying here is now, especially when it comes to corporate plans, maybe when it gets to retail plans, was the last one I think I did with one of them, where I was actually corporate prior came here. We had those discussions to say, if this is what you wanted to do, you understand now, this part of services, they were very explicit, very, very clear with certain things. And then sure, basic treatment, this. If you be able to be on observation in hospital for this number of days to be covered, beyond this number of days will not cover it. I'm just saying, so you have some of those things clearly spelled out to say these. But I know when the question they asked us there was to ask that, okay, what is the family history? What is the genetic history? Have you been having cases of, these? So that's why I'm not saying we're not able to have all those. Why should they?
So usually things like asthma, ulcer, IBP, those all fall under pre-existing condition. But I just have a problem
to cover them.
No, I just have it. No, because they've said it's pre-existing condition. So usually they will state it there like asthma. And all.
What I'm saying is, if I not say yes, I have all this. Then I felt like if it will be covered, there should be discussion around it. If it's not going to be covered, then why am I be able to now enforce me to be able to make payment for only malaria?
The ones I'm used to, most times they would there's always a rider that pre-existing conditions are covered after 1 year. Okay. So after 1 year, because what they are trying, so you know that when we say insurance is a pool of funds,
of course,
and insurance also, it's like it's risk. So they also are also mitigating their risk.
Of course, definitely.
So they don't want that
from these
you are buying, like as you're buying this insurance now, all your problems, they are just solving it, right? Okay. So that's why they always put that rider of pre-existing conditions are covered after 1 year. So that's after 1 year of using the plan. And when you renew the next one, so you will see some plans will now cover
those things.
So you can go to the hospital now and maybe have you had this pain before? Those things that normally they will now say, it's pre-existing condition. Now, after 1 year, they will now cover it because they are also trying to guard against, you have asthma, all of those things. And now, once you buy the plan, now by the time you come, that puts them at.
I know, but just like you say, it's a pool of risk. We're talking about the penetration rate may be low.
So I'm also trying to see from the point of, you have to think of the business
side of it.
Business side of
but the question is, remember, people are paying as well.
Yes, and that's why, as you are paying, they are saying after 12 months. Okay.
So, because the question is, if you don't, at the same time, if you don't enjoy those service for 1 year, remember there is no refund. Your money has gone. That's why it's a pool of funds. That's what I'm saying. So that's why, if it is that particular reason why you want to buy the plan, I might not be able to have the price to buy it.
You pay out of pocket. Do you understand?
So I don't need to be able to do it then. That's what I'm saying. So if
the
basic things that you now cover is saying, it's just headache, is malaria, or the basic common diseases.
Look at risk. When you think about it, God forbid, when you think about it, 12 months might look like a long time. But before you know, but at the same time, it's not a long time. So when you think about, after 12 months, this thing will be covered. By the time I renew, God forbid, like people that are really buying because of pre-existing condition, by the time you renew at the next year, and you have asthma, you have all of these things.
Within that 1 year, anything could happen as well. But what I'm saying here is, I know in economics of health, for example, economics of health, there is always things around more or less than adverse selections when it comes to contracts between parties. I wanted to be able to buy something from you. Sometimes when you have those insurance, that's why the premium are actually different, and you have different plans to ensure that if you are going to be placed under this bucket, where oh, you definitely be able to be going to hospitals regularly. The premium such person will pay because of the risky nature cannot be compared to someone who perhaps will not be able to visit hospital. Yeah.
So usually there's always like the highest plan that will cover like 1 or 2. And if you're lucky
that's what I'm
or
saying.
not, if you're lucky, quote, to have 1 or 2 of those pre-existing conditions that they stipulated that it covers, yeah, that's good for. That's good for
so what I'm saying here is, if you tie it back here, if you look at the story, 2 people there actually mentioned that, in fact, for those basic things that they've actually been able to promise them they'll be offered. One of the stories that was actually talking about a person whose wife was actually about to deliver, and then it was at the point where they were telling, oh, CS will not be covered.
Because let me tell you something.
So,
sometimes,
those were not
I'll be honest with you. Sometimes people don't really read the policy documents. Okay. No, it's not. Sometimes it's also a PB problem. Sometimes people don't read, because except for the shady ones. Personally, insurance companies, they spell it out. It's like people also buying 5-party policy. Third-party insurance.
Okay.
Most times they don't even really read it. So people just buy third-party insurance so that when BI stops you on the way, you can write something. But do you know that your third party actually covers so many things that you don't even know? Third party means that if you are in an accident on the road and God forbid I hit your car, my third party insurance means that they should take care of your car under my policy. But many of them don't even. They just so once I hit your car and I say, I'm so sorry, don't worry, I'll pay you. You still pay out of your pocket because they don't even know. Because because people don't even know. Because when you think about it, you're thinking about it as a third party for 5,000. I think now it's about 15K. So you're thinking about it like, if I call my relationship man, like the salesman, and say to him, oh, I hit a car. The guy might not even really answer your phone because he's thinking, you paid me 5,000. When he has other people that have bought like bigger policies. So yeah, there's that case of where they might not be really responsive because they have like bigger fish to fry, quote, which is not right. But the truth is, many people don't even know that your third party covers the other. So if you hit, and they will write it on the policy document to a tune. So you will see the amount that it covers, maybe to the worth of 300,000, to the worth of 500,000, to what you would actually see. But it's that when people are on the road and I hit your car now, and it's really bad. The next minute I'm thinking, oh, you're not thinking that you know you buy. It's people that buy comprehensive insurance that think of, oh, let me go and call my insurance. Many people that buy third party just buy it because they're even too embarrassed to reach out to the insurance company to say, oh, I hate this person, because they're thinking for my 5K. So sometimes we're even the ones that don't even understand the policies. Sometimes
information asymmetry is a challenge
because
anyway.
You say we have to. In fact, we have to leave this conversation. Let's just move on and just quickly see what one other paper says. But so the final thing in this conversation is, the insurance companies is not all insurance companies that are shying away from paying bills. There are insurance companies that actually pay claims. But people also really need to read policy documents
and then get to terms with what the
reach out to your relationship manager. When you see pre-existing condition, reach out to your healthcare the person and ask him, please, what pre-existing conditions are you guys talking about here, so that we would know. So that if you need to fight when you get to the healthcare to the hospital and they're telling you it's not covered, you can fight. You can fight with your full chest, and you can even drag them on social media, because sometimes people don't even read these things, and that's where the problem is. Let's talk about what we have on the Punch paper this morning. It said 2027 power shift. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors and senators eye APC. Delta Governor Okowa Osun, Jigawa PDP chieftains orders defect to APC. PDP Bode George attack Kanu. Killings. Tinubu demands. Why did I say Kanu? Attack Tinubu. Killings. Tinubu demands fresh security blueprint from intelligence chief. Federal government grants tax waivers to Dangote, Mikano, and 103 others. US indicts Nigerian for $690 scam. False citizenship claim. Lagos LG chair aspirant withdraws for Obasan's son. Let's talk about the biggest story.
That's the biggest story that blazoned most of the papers today. Across many of the papers, Vanguard, and across many of the other papers. So it was what we saw yesterday in Delta State. And remember that between February last year and now, More than 300 people have actually joined APC. And it cut across all states. The way the trend is actually moving is a trend that is actually be able to create a picture of what is going to happen. Yesterday, Sheriff Oboriwe, the governor of Delta State, and the immediate past governor, who is also the former vice presidential candidate of the PDP to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar during the last election, we saw we saw them massively defected into the APCSA. And it was not only them. All the members of the House of Assembly defected. All the chairmen of local government defected. The council chairman, because it was actually a very massive event yesterday. But one crucial thing was the singing of "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand." I think you will actually be able to wonder, and that what is likely going to be able to follow. Because there were insinuations that the Rivers governor, because of the meeting that he had with the president last week, might likely also be able to join the APC very soon. And the Akwa Ibom Pastor Umoeno as well, even though he has denied it, but the remark that the president will be in power till 2021 is actually sending remark to show that what is likely going to be able to happen because of that statement over the Lagos Calabar flag off that was actually done last week. So that is not only PDP alone. You'll also be able to read the content of the papers. We've seen in Jigawa, NNPP members last week. In fact, the governor of Jigawa State saw their former PDP card members.
Really?
Yes, that was on Sunday. It was last week Sunday. Wow. For those that actually defected. We saw in Kano as well, a former House of Rep member, Mr. Samuela Kawu, who is actually a very outspoken House of Rep member, who defected also from NNPP. So the way it is going right now, it is, what is it boding? What is it portending for the Nigerian political spectrum? Is it a move towards a one-party state? I didn't be able to agree with that anyway. Because, or there could be like another super mega third force, you understand, that will likely be able to challenge, because the way it is now, and the statement made by the Delta that defected yesterday from the governor and his people that defected, was that they can no longer be in a sinking ship. And what is the sinking boat or the sinking ship? Maybe the PDP is actually what they actually be able to refer to as that. So, but the way it is now, it appears that Tinubu, with his strategy, is trying to be able to get a grip of the South, and the Southeast. Now, out of the 6 states in the South now, so there are 3 states now: Cross River State, Edo State, and now, Cross River State, Edo State, and now Delta State. And as I said, there were feelers, rumors is actually swelling that Fubara may likely join because of what he made after he presented the president in London on Sunday. Coming out and people were looking at, okay, what strategy are they trying to be able to play as well? Maybe people will be telling him there is nothing to lose. But the question is, what is Tinubu really dangling in front of these governors that is attracting them? Right? I said between last year and this year now, 300 PDP members have defected. In Enugu now, we're saying 150 Labour Party members have also defected. I bow to Enugu. Enugu is PDP state as well, but 150. In that report as well, mentioned a very popular senator as well from Edo State, who won the election under the platform of the Labour Party, announced his own as well. In Osun, a six-time honorable member by Oluwole Oke from Oriade Obokun local government announced on Facebook yesterday that he's dumping PDP. Yes, he has not announced where he's moving to, but you are seeing some of these, alignment, some of these some of these defections. So it's actually a gale of what actually happened there. And this is the way it's actually, that's the trend we are saying.
Those are the trends we're seeing.
Kwakwanso as well. People are saying their report that he's concluding his move to also be able to move to the party. And so what is it doing? Is that strengthening the APC the more? Is APC coercing them? Are we trending towards a state capture? Or is it a coercion, to say, if you don't join us, we're going to use the instrumentality of ICPC and EFCC against the governors? Some of those things are what political watchers and observers were feeling like, what is really, really happening? Is there a threat? Or are they joining out of their own personal volition to say, oh yes, we just wanted to be able to jump on the train? Those are things that will be clearer in days ahead for us to be able to see. But Tinubu, maybe the president, despite all the hues and cries, despite all the threats, the fire and the brimstone coming from the north, is trying to tighten his grip on the south.
It's probably doing that, and I think he's doing a great job, if you ask me.
Maybe in that regard, politically.
If you ask me.
Politically,
yes, politically. I think he's actually having his way. But very quickly, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today, because we have to go now. cartoon of the day yesterday was quite interesting.
That's very interesting.
I'm sure you remember.
I think today too was about the solar.
This one has
the presidency to spend
the presidency to spend 10 billion naira on solar, and then you see like the panel. Can you see this? That's a solar panel, and then you see the light. Then you see President Tinubu says, "Be patient. My promise to fix electricity still holds."
It still holds. Okay.
Well, no comments. That's just it.
Maybe no comments.
That's just it on that.
But as you said, maybe it's an indictment. The government should spend that, but at the same time, we needed to be able to balance out the cost and benefit of embarking on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Akonji. It's always a delight speaking to you on the BDTV Breakfast Show and analyzing the front pages of the papers. Thank you very much. And that's where we bring it to wraps. Up next is the big story. Do stay with us. This conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present.
BusinessDay Media Limited held its annual property investment conference Pre-Invest on the 14th of March. The conference brought together stakeholders, investors, policymakers, and innovators to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market and address the opportunities, challenges, growth, and future of the industry. This year's edition is themed The Future of Real Estate, harnessing demographics, urbanization, and opportunities amid economic shift. BusinessDay's publisher, Frank Ibohun, delivered a notable welcome address, emphasizing that the real estate sector is no longer just evolving, but redefining the future of Nigeria's non-oil economy.
The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. Following a recent gross domestic product rebasing by the National Bureau of Statistics, your sector was adjudged to have surpassed the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, to become the third contributor to economic development in Nigeria.
According to PwC 2024 report, the real estate is now one of Africa's most dynamic sectors, with a market value projected to exceed $900 billion by 2030.
The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector, I urge all stakeholders, investors, developers, and real estate professionals to advocate for ethical practices and also register with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority to enhance regulation and credibility, as well as foster an environment where real estate investments can thrive safely and sustainably.
The conference captured various solid panel sessions with reputable industry giants.
Government does not have lands anymore, and this has brought creative things. What is our JVs that we do? We partner with families who have family lands but don't have the means to develop it. and we share the apartments. When I say land is not available, I'm talking about vacant land. Lands are occupied, and we have a major regeneration agenda for Lagos State.
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers and they shared their submissions.
One of the key issues with housing is just the cost. The cost of construction is high, the cost of financing is high, the interest rates from our financial institutions are high, and all that adds to the problem of affordability. So in order to resolve that problem, there needs to be policies in place to, number one, address the issue of high cost of building materials. So import substitution, local production and development of the value chain materials will bring down the cost.
Fortunately, in Nigeria, capturing data is, an ordeal, but that is the only thing that is going to actually allow us to understand where we're going as a nation, as an industry, as a market, and capturing that data, whether you're talking about the private sector and individually as real estate companies capturing data in a CRM, or the government capturing data from a survey perspective. Data is the only trend that we need to know about to be able to capture the opportunity that's currently wide open in the market.
99.9% of houses and properties that I see being built disobey the fundamental laws of building. There isn't the infrastructure or the manpower to regulate all these buildings. If I am going to build and invest my money in building, I will pay for the consultants, I will let them do their work, and I will listen to them. But then maybe because I am educated and myself, I am a consultant, I cannot tell you the number of people who will not pay for consultancy. And I sit and I listen and I watch them. Most builders now, if you say to them, did you put in a dam-proof course? They don't even know what it means. Meanwhile, we have rising damp. We are a city that is, barely a foot above sea level. So the fault isn't the government. There's enough legislation with the government, and anybody who wants to do the right thing can do the right thing without waiting for government to come and enforce the right thing.
Construction is not an easy job. You have to be competent when you are doing it. If you don't have the competence, employ the competent hand, the project manager, the cost adjuster, the cost people, the country surveyors, the engineers. They must be properly in place. When they are in place, then you get your housing off ground quickly.
The conference was able to capture some of the major challenges that the real estate sector currently faces, with solutions suggested by the speakers present. Attendees also had opportunities to get answers to their questions. Since inception, the Business Day Property Investment Conference, PRINVEST, has become a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the future of Nigerian real estate industry, and the organizers remain unrelenting in making sure that the conference continues to address the needs of the masses.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot. Products, challenges that product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it would go a long way to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector by incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya. You see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right. So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right. Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by Noor. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by Noor, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by Noor. You're able to do knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads. And these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by Noor, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, oh, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro-takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy. Because if we're going to do this $3 trillion economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your assets or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with their RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, will help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves, maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic provisions are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I will see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of an underlying issue. So if somebody has a cleft palate and they need to change that and really get them to look better, build new lips and all of that for them, that is covered, because that is not a norm. But when you want to just look more beautiful than you are already, then you might need to just invest a little bit in getting that to happen. And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Odejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we'll be exploring the state of Nigeria's national grid as the presidential villa plans to invest in solar energy. The federal government of Nigeria is committing 10 billion naira into a solar project that will serve as an alternative source of power within the Aso Rock villa in Abuja, which accommodates the presidency. Now, since the news broke, there have been arguments for and against this move, with many people raising questions as to whether the ultimate aim of the government is to abandon the troubling national grid and disconnect Aso Rock from it, or combine both sources of power amid its huge debt to the disposed. Other people have raised concerns about the kinds of signals this project sends out to the international community and would-be investors in Nigeria. Well, to address all of this and more, we're being joined by Dipo Oladende, Assistant Editor and BusinessDay's Head of the Energy Desk. You're welcome to the show, Dipo.
Good to be here once again.
Good to have you. Dipo, what was your immediate reaction when you heard about this solarization plan of the Aso Rock?
Well, so I mean, they've been mixed reaction. So the first time I heard about it, I was like, okay, so it's this. So what's the end game for the federal government? Is the government losing completely? Has the government lost faith completely on the national grid and it's prioritizing solar? Or is the government moving along and saying, no, we are going to solar not because we don't trust the grid again, but because we want to champion cleaner energy, we want to be at the forefront of renewables and try to push. So, I mean, they are both sides. So there's a good part of it. There's a bad part of it, and then there's a ugly part of it, depending on the angle you look at it from.
So what angle are you looking at it from?
I mean, okay, so the good part is, yes, so the government is deciding to prioritize solar. Is solar more cost effective than being on the national grid? So if perhaps the government had sat down and they've been someone had sat down and do a risk analysis and said, look, going on solar is much cheaper compared to being on national grid, then why not? That's a good decision, because a lot of people have clamored that, look, the way we run government, we need to run government in a more business-like oriented format. We need to prioritize. We need to reduce costs. We need to be more cost. Pay attention to especially our renewable or our let's say our running costs, our variable costs. Let me put it that way. So we need to pay attention to it. So if the government feels that solar is more cheaper compared to being on the national grid, then it's a good thing, and then we should give them a round of applause. The bad part is we don't have a lot of people are still not connected to the national grid. Nigeria still have one of the highest number of energy poverty people in the world. Close to 60% of Nigeria's population still don't have access to energy at all. And so a lot of people are looking up to the federal government for direction. They are looking up to the federal government for policy, for guidance on. They still expect that the federal government has what it takes to make the grid, to deliver the grid. And so if the person you are looking up to now decides to jump ship, then it's a big problem. So imagine the captain of a ship, where everybody is looking up to the captain of the ship for guidance, for moving from one point to another point, and then the captain of the ship is now the first person to say, look, I'm moving away from this ship. Then it sends indirectly, you send a very, very clear message that, look, I no longer believe in this ship. I no longer trust this ship. And so that's why I'm moving away. And so you are moving away because you can afford it. I mean, the government can afford to put 10 billion in the budget and say, look, this is what we think is the cost effect of us moving to solar. But then you have a lot of people who can't afford it. About 133 million Nigerians are still living in multi-dimensional poverty. This kind of poverty is the poverty of where people can't even afford to eat 3 square meal. They live on less than $1 a day. So this set of people, they can't afford solar. They can't afford any other alternatives. And so this set of people will look at what the government is about to do and they would say, okay, that means there's no hope for us in terms of getting access to electricity.
And when we talk about this cost, like you mentioned the amount, whopping 10 billion naira, some people have raised concerns about this figure. Some think it's too much. But for you, Diko, as someone who has covered this, the energy sector for a while now, do you think this is too much or too little to accomplish this project?
So when you look at the economics of providing electricity, there's the grid power. There is alternatives. Alternatives are, there's a petrol, there's diesel, and then there is solar. Among all of these line items, either you're looking at the cost of grid power, the economics of grid power, the economics of solar, the economics of petrol, the economics of diesel. In all of this, the cheapest is the grid. The most expensive, where we are now, is solar. And before you move back to petrol, before you move back to diesel. Now, solar, the cost, the 10 billion naira cost is, I mean, it's big, but then you'd expect solar to also be very expensive. Why? Because a large chunk of the cost component of solar are imported. That's one. And so your exchange rate is also a big determinant of the cost you pay. And then the fact that solar panels you're bringing a lot of solar panels from China, you're bringing in a lot of tech from China as well. All of these things are not cheap. So solar is naturally very expensive. Any household that is transiting to solar, or any company that is running on solar today, if you find out, I mean, a lot of them will have spent a minimum of $1 million, 2, 3, 4, 5 million, 10 million just to transit to solar. So solar anywhere in the world, anywhere in Nigeria, as we speak, is not cheap. A lot of countries are putting in incentives in place for alternative energy to be more cheaper. So they are giving tax waivers to companies who are bringing in solar. They are giving you are giving incentives for people to move away from the national grid and then move to solar. So I mean, solar is not cheap. That's the truth. So the 10 billion, it's still a fair cut, considering how big the presidential villa is. Remember,
wow,
you are looking
10
at.
billion.
Remember, you are looking at the where the
Not
president is.
one, not two.
Well,
It's
again,
10
solar
billion,
is
so-
not.
Yeah, not one, not 2 billion.
So you are looking at this cost, for instance. You are looking at the cost of the panels. You are looking at the cost of installation.
Yeah.
You are looking at the maintenance cost for at different points in time, and then you are looking at cost of batteries as well. So, I mean, the panels themselves are not cheap, and then the batteries themselves are also not. They are not. So, can it be? So this is why a lot of people have advocated for competitive bidding process for government contracts. So if, for instance, the government wants to solarize the national grid, if the government have asked companies to submit to let there be an open bid round where companies would come and tender their bidding.
Right.
That way companies can come up and say, look, I can do it for you at a more cheaper rate. You can say, no, I can do it for you at a more cheaper rate. I can give you this and this and this. So that way there's transparency, there's accountability, and then the system is fair enough for you to achieve whatever purpose you want to achieve. But because sometimes contracts are not transparent, contracts are not fair enough, it gives room for a lot of things that we don't know, and so there would always be questions.
Wow. I don't really know. It would be nice to just see a breakdown, just see if we could just have like more transparency when it comes to some of these projects that the federal government wants to handle. Because when you think about the sum, I mean, for the man on the street, it looks like a whole lot.
I mean, 10 billion it's yes.
10 billion.
I agree with you. It's a very. It's a big.
We're not talking to. We're not even talking to those 5 billion. So we're talking.
It's a big amount of money, and so we would expect the government to be more transparent enough to tell us, okay, so who is the company that is handling this contract?
Exactly.
Can there be a breakdown of how we arrive at this 10 billion?
Exactly.
And then that way people can, again, because it's taxpayers' money really. So government needs to be more, and this is not just the federal government, the state government, the local government, they need to be more transparent around contracts, the way contracts are being awarded, projects are being awarded. So that once people can follow the money, can follow the process, that way they can trust the government more, and then they believe more in whatever the government is saying.
Right, and shouldn't the government actually be focusing on fixing Nigeria's energy sector problems so that at least everyone can have equal access to power, as against just trying to move to solar, which is not a bad thing. But when you think, just as you had mentioned, when you think about what people are going through every day, not even the people, you mentioned more than 33 million people going through multidimensional poverty. Let's even talk about the middle income earners, and we even have mostly low income earners right now. We mostly have the lower class. So isn't there supposed to be a focus on fixing Nigeria's energy problem?
Okay, so yes, and that's why this issue we are having is one of the most topical issue, apart from politics of people moving from one party to another party. For every newspaper stand you visit over the last 1 week, these conversations will always be topical. So why is the government not paying attention to fixing the grid? We've been talking about fixing the grid since Obasanjo's era. This power sector, I don't know of any other sector in Nigeria's economy that have swallowed the kind of trillion naira the power sector have swallowed. It's impossible that we are still struggling with 4,000 megawatts, 5,000 megawatts. It's difficult to believe that we've not been able to achieve much despite pumping. The World Bank had pumped in a lot of money. There was a cement deal as well, also a lot of millions of dollars as well. The government, the World Bank has invested about different tranches of 500. There's 500 million to increase metering. There's around 750 million to increase transmission lines as well. So that sector have really swallowed a lot of money. And then it's now begs the question of how come we've invested so much, we've gotten the scale of progress have been relatively little, and the government must have decided that, look, while we are working on fixing the national grid, we as an entity will be off the grid, and that's what the government is currently doing. Now, there's nothing wrong with the government going off grid. Around the world.
Does it make things better?
There's nothing wrong with it. The only problem is the fact that we have we have a lot of people who are suffering from energy poverty. Over 60% of Nigerians still don't have access to energy. And so because a large chunk of your population still don't have access to energy, a lot of Nigerians will always question why you are moving to alternative energy when a large chunk of your population don't have access to energy. And so let's not forget that the governments themselves, their reasons to go off grid, was it because they've lost faith completely in the national grid ever coming back to full optimization, or they are leaving the grid because they feel the grid is no longer reliable? And then if you look at most companies in Nigeria, most households in Nigeria, of course, they would automatically start moving in line with that direction, because if the government is moving off grid, it means that private businesses, household, homes, the government have sent an indirect signal to you that, look, this grid is not reliable. And so we need to start having a conversation. Do we really need a national grid? Or do we need smart grids? Do we need mini grids? Can we get mini grids across all the 6 or 7 geopolitical regions in Nigeria, and make sure that we have mini grids there? So all this talk about national grid, national grid, national grid, national grid, do we really need a national grid as a country? Or we need to decentralize how we distribute power, how we generate power, and how we transmit power, so that we can have mini grids for each region or for each state that can allow states or region to generate within their region, transmit within their region, and distribute within their region, so that we can have energy, increase energy access, and reduce the number of energy poverty in Nigeria. I think that's a conversation that we'll keep having until we are able to achieve close to 90 or 80% energy access in Nigeria.
And while we're having this conversation, what signal does this actually send to international investors in Nigeria, like people who want to invest in Nigeria, seeing that the Aso Rock is, embarking on the solar project? What message does it send to them?
I mean, it depends on the investors, really. For institutional investors, now these are long-term investors, or investors who bring in FDI. FDI investors, they think long-term. They don't think about 1 or 2 instant decisions. So for FDI investors, for institutional investors, they will think about the long-term and say, look, if the government is moving off grid, it means the government is willing to start having conversations on installing micro mini grids in some of its government agencies, either MDAs or institutions. So they are coming in and saying, look, if Aso Rock is off grid, can the Nigerian military also stay off grid? Can the Navy as well be off grid? Can Ministry of Education be off grid? Can all Nigerian federal universities be off grid? Already, some universities in Nigeria are already starting to have conversations about staying off grid so that they can reduce their electricity bill. And remember, people are moving off grid not because it's cheap, but because it's reliable, right? So it's reliable, even if it's expensive, they are willing to pay that sacrifice in order to have a more guaranteed, steady supply of electricity. So any investor who is coming in will sit down and ask myself that, look, can I partner with the government in terms of reducing all of the government ministries and agencies' exposure to the national grid? Can I partner with them in terms of how they can reduce their exposure to the grid? If yes, investors can come in that area. And some would also argue that, look, if all of the government ministries, agencies are, because over time, a lot of discos have complained that majority of the government agencies don't even pay their electricity bill in the first place. So about last year, February, the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company released data of government agencies who are owing them money for power. And of course, the presidential villa was there. I think their bill was about close to 700 million as at February. So it's expected that now that these guys are off the grid, this electricity that ought to have been channeled to all of these MDAs will be transferred to people in rural areas where they can afford it, where people can also pay, and then it will also increase LNG access. So again, it depends on the mindsets of the investor who is coming in. If they are long-term investors, of course, they will see investment in renewable energy. But if they are short-term investors, they'll probably look at it and say, no, we need more clarity. The government needs to be clear with us. What's the government's plan for electricity? Is it that you want to reduce your exposure to the national grid, or you want to increase your exposure to the national grid? And all of those conversations will determine how they will invest going forward.
And Dipo, as we speak, we know that the federal government and many of its agencies still owe discos unpaid bills running into several millions of naira. We have government hospitals disconnected due to unpaid debt. We have seen soldiers gone into offices of discos to attack officials, like we saw the other day, because their barracks were disconnected. How do we then, as a nation, how do we walk through this complex and complicated power situation?
Okay, so the thing is, over time, before now, the mindset towards electricity was not seen as a normal goods and services. It was mainly seen as a public service, right? Something that the people should benefit from government. That's the mindset towards electricity. Throughout the military era, up until 1999, a lot of people think, electricity is one of our fundamental human rights as citizens. We all should have access to electricity. In fact, some people think that we shouldn't even pay for electricity. It should be cheap. That's the mindset before. And so we need to start correcting that mindset. Electricity should be seen as the same way you go to the market to buy gari, the same way you go to the market to buy provisions, to buy foodstuff, and then one day you go there, the price is up, the other day you go there, the prices are down. That's the same way electricity is, because a lot of cost component goes into producing electricity. Electricity is not, you need to buy gas somewhere. Generating companies need to earn their pay. Transmission company needs to make sure that, look, if I'm transmitting this power, is it financially viable for me? Can I break even? And then the distribution companies themselves need to sit down and say, look, why distributing this power? What's the cost for me? What's the benefit for me? What's the profit for me? So until we start recognizing that electricity itself is a product that would always, the prices of this product will always fluctuate based on all the externalities that determines the price of this product. So for instance, if you look at gari, if there are issues around herdsmen stopping farmers from going to their farmland, of course it will affect the price of certain goods and services, most especially tomatoes and all of these products. So it's the same way for electricity as well. If the price of gas is going up in the international markets, if energy theft is going on in areas where they ought not to be, of course it will affect the cost components and the prices of electricity will go up. So all of these government agencies and MDAs and all of these government institutions need to be a change of mindset. They need to realize that electricity is a good that was produced through certain processes, and they need to see it through that all of these ministries, government agencies are also paying for these products. If they start saying it that way, and so again, it's not a must everybody needs to be on the grid. So if the Aso Rock is saying, if Aso Rock can move away from the national grid, then the Nigerian military needs to sit down and say, do we need to move away from the grid? Do we need to find cheaper or alternative energy sources in order for us to keep our operations running? And then they need to start looking into that direction and having conversations in that regard as well.
Absolutely, but we know right now that the Minister of Power has already projected a steady 7,000 megawatts by 2027, with more investment expected in this sector. Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people. What level of investment does Nigeria actually need there? And how can such investment be actually sustained? How can it be attractive?
So the power sector, do we need more investments, or we need to be accountable to the investments that we've already made in the power sector? I mean, for my view, I think we need to be more accountable. Let's account for what we've gotten first of all, in order for us to say we need more. We privatized the power sector went through privatization from 2013 till now. That's over 10 to more than 10 to 15 years. What have we done with the trillion naira investment that have been made in the power sector? Let's be accountable for the ones that we've gotten. Do we need to call back former ministers of power and say, look, under your tenure, you got 10 million. What did you do with it? Under your regime, you got 5 million. Can you show us tangible projects of what you were able to achieve with it? If they can't, do we need to bring in the EFCC to start looking at recovering some of this money? Until we start demanding for accountability in the power sector, because I don't believe we need to pump. Again, we've pumped a lot of money in the power sector with little or nothing to show for it. So we keep pumping more. We'll just be pumping more, and then somebody somewhere is swallowing it, or some group of people somewhere are just swallowing the money, and then we are back to this conversation again. And then we say we need to pump more money, we need to pump more money, and then we just keep pumping, and then
pumping
and nothing is to show for it. So let's be accountable to the ones we have already. Let's account for all the monies we've invested in generating power plants. Those who have bought power assets, let's call them back. Let's put them in one room and say, look, you got these assets in 2013. What have you been able to achieve with these assets?
Right.
If you've achieved nothing with it, can the government organize another competitive bidding process and let fresh investors come and acquire those same assets and then make those assets financially viable? Yes. So again, until we start demanding accountability and start holding people to account and start making sure that even people are punished for things that are not done in the right way, we'll just keep running in circles. We'll keep pumping money into it, and then we would have absolutely nothing to show for it.
All right, thank you very much, Deepak, for your time and insights this morning on The Big Story. It's always very informative speaking with you.
Thank you.
Truly appreciate your time this morning. And that's where we bring it to wraps here on The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as how much investment must you make as a minimum investment. For how long would this incentive period last for every sector? In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the market the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to pay ASU. INEC moves to legalize voting without PVC. Airpeace suspends flight operations nationwide over NIMET strike. Istanbul residents fled streets after 6.2 magnitude quake. NPFL finds El Kanemi Warriors 3.5 million naira to play behind closed doors. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Education Minister Maruf Alausa has revealed that the federal government has released 50 billion naira to university staff unions. Alausa revealed that the money will settle end allowances that President Bola Tinubu had promised to pay. Director of Press at the Federal Ministry of Education, Folashade Boriowo, described this payment as a testament to Tinubu's unwavering commitment to fundamentally transform Nigeria's education sector. The director says the payment reflects the government's determination to move Nigeria from a resource-based to a knowledge-based economy through investment in education. Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission has revealed plans to allow eligible Nigerians without permanent voter cards vote in the 2027 general elections, insisting that such a move must be backed by a legislative amendment. The Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman, Rotimi Oyekomi, says that the Commission was committed to expanding voter access through technology, emphasizing that legal provisions must first be updated to accommodate any shift from the current PVC-only system. Oyekomi highlighted the growing role of technology, particularly the bimodal voter accreditation system, in streamlining the electoral process. This initiative followed remarks by INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakub in December 2024 during a quarterly consultative meeting with resident electoral commissioners in Abuja. Still on, Airpeace Airlines has announced with immediate effect the suspension of its flight operations nationwide due to the ongoing strike by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. A statement released by the airline says the decision is necessary because NIMET is the agency responsible for issuing CNH, which is the current nowcast of hazardous weather reports critical for safe landings, especially during the season of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms. The strike is backed by 3 industry unions, including the National Union of Air Transport Employees, Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service Technical and Recreational Services Employees, and the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals. According to the airline, flight safety cannot be guaranteed without this report from the control tower. Now, to end the local news, death toll in the latest herdsmen massacre at Ukum near Zaki Bam and other parts of the Sankera constituency in Benue State has climbed to 70. This marks a series of massacres by herdsmen in Benue following January 1st, 2018 New Year Day massacre in Guma and local council when the government gave them a mass burial. According to reports, the herders are openly flaunting their AK-47s and other weapons in full public glare, raping and killing residents. This current siege on Benue State has been seen as the most far-reaching and the most sustained by the herdsmen terrorists. And on the foreign scene, a series of earthquakes, including a 6.2 magnitude tremor, have struck near Istanbul, shaking buildings and prompting people to flee their homes. Report says that at least 151 were injured, jumping from high places, while no death and major structural damage were reported. Turkish Emergency Services says the largest earthquake on Wednesday, April 23rd, struck at 12:49 local time at a depth of 6.92 kilometers. Large groups of people remained on the streets as aftershocks struck in the afternoon, as many prepared to spend the night outside to safeguard against another strong tremor. Also, India has announced measures targeting Pakistan a day after 26 people were killed by gunmen at a Himalayan tourist attraction in Indian-administered Kashmir. They include the closure of the main border, crossing linking the two countries, the suspension of a landmark water-sharing treaty, the expulsion of diplomats, and an order for some Pakistani visa holders to leave within 48 hours. According to India's foreign minister, the Pakistani officials who have denied the country's role in the attack will meet today to come up with a response. The attack in Pahalgam was one of the deadliest in recent memory for the restive region, threatening to aggravate already icy bilateral ties. And now to sports, the Nigeria Premier Football League has slammed El Kanemi Warriors with a 3.5 million naira fine following crowd trouble during their matchday 34 clash against Ikorodu City in Maiduguri. The MPFL also ordered their stadium closed to fans for the rest of the season. This was revealed by MPFL in a post on its website on Wednesday after El Kanemi Warriors supporters were found guilty of vandalizing the visiting team's vehicle and throwing objects onto the pitch during the match. Well, to end the news, Victor Osimhen has netted his 30th goal at the season as Galatasaray thrashed Konyaspor 5-1 in their Turkish Cup semi-final clash on Tuesday. Currently on loan from Napoli, the 26-year-old forward has flourished in Istanbul, consistently showcasing his lethal finishing. The Super Eagles striker scored 21 goals in the Super League, 6 in the Europa League, and 3 in the Turkish Cup. The strike underlines Osimhen's incredible goal-scoring campaign, taking his tally to 30 goals and 6 assists across all competitions for the Turkish Giants. All that does it this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estates. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So yeah, make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups, to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where products, where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot. Products, challenges a product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and you know having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it would go a long way, to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, I'm sorry, not company, for the sector,
Yes.
for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then you're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by Noor. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by Noor, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by No. You're able to do more about knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads, and these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe, if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by No, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or Federal Government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro-takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy. Because if we're going to do this regional economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your assets or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business, is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves, maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back. This is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is where we get to analyze top trends making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is, of course, Mr. Obidike Okafor, our in-house analyst when it comes to social issues. How are you doing today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Very good to have you. How's the baby?
Baby's fine.
Let's start up today with discussions surrounding the death of the Catholic pontiff, Pope Francis, who passed on at age 88. On Easter Monday, the Cardinal Kevin Farrell Camelango of the Holy Roman Church announced the death of Pope Francis from the Casa Santa Marta.
Pope Francis was admitted to the Agostino Gemelli Polyclinic Hospital on Friday, February 14, 2025, after suffering from a bout of bronchitis for several days. Now, the Pope's clinical situation gradually worsened, and the doctors diagnosed bilateral pneumonia on Tuesday, February 18. However, the passing of the Pope has brought mixed reactions across social media, with discussions around the way he lived his life and who will be taking over. Those are the conversations making the round on social media. While it's a little bit of a sad one to lose the Pope, I mean, I think he did live his life. I mean, that's 88 years. That was quite a while. So I think we could call it a celebration of life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you ask me, I think he could still have lived longer, due to health issues, which, you know, when you get older, it's important to take care of your health. But, you know, sometimes popes are more focused on, you know, thinking about the people, praying for the people. So they are not, they focus more on the outside than the inside. And sometimes I think consciously or unconsciously they become unaware of, you know, their health might be deteriorating until it gets to a certain point. But that is what you call, it shows how selfless. When you're a pope, you have to be selfless. And I'd say for me, it's just an example of his selflessness, where he wasn't thinking about his health or his well-being, and he was focused on others. Right. It's a sad one, but
I mean, it's a huge loss for the papacy, also just Christians around the world.
Yes.
But let's see some of the reactions on social media on this story. That's a comment from Crypto Terry. It says Pope Francis inspired compassion and reform through its progressive vision. Though his progressive vision met strong opposition within the church, he has a complex legacy. Interesting one from Crypto Terry. Ramesh says, my deepest condolences to Catholics around the world on the passing of Pope Francis. His life of humility, compassion, and faith touched millions. I agree. TK says, a true saint, and what incredible leadership and service to the end. Pope Francis is the man more to be prayed to than for. Rest in peace, your burden is lifted. That's from TK. Birdie says, rest on Pope Francis, but I still think supporting the LGBTQ was a nasty move, knowing it will cause confusion. And those are some of the reactions on social media. But I mean, at the end of the day, when people pass on, I think at the end of the day, you know, whatever conversation people are having, it's always just about the legacy the person is leaving behind.
I agree.
It's always just about legacy.
I agree. There is no pope without controversies, but I don't think most of the things people are calling controversies, I don't really see them as controversies. I just see them as, you know, when people forget some things, which is because, you know, there's a strong standpoint against, you know, the LGBTQ community, homosexuality, and all of that. But even Jesus wouldn't have thrown them out as an outcast. You can see in the example where in the Bible where a lady was accused of being a prostitute. Normally, people look down on people in that area, and the lady came and, you know, was cleaning Jesus' feet and all of that. And Jesus, you know, was like, when I came, did you wash my feet? Did you clean my feet? And all of that. Jesus has taught us as Christians to embrace everybody, irrespective of color, skin, sexual orientation, whatever it is. But I think to a great extent, Christians, Catholics and non-Catholics have, to a great extent, become so self-righteous that the minute they hear LGBTQ and they just push them away. All the Pope was trying to do was to draw everybody in, because it's only when people are closer to you that you can have the opportunity to speak to them and they will listen to you. But when you push people away and you try to speak to them, you push them away, while they listen to you. So that's all the Pope was trying to do, was trying to bring people together and then, you know, speak truth speak his truth concerning, Christianity to them. And then people got it all twisted and were like, he was trying to, controversial. There's nothing controversial about it. What he did was, in my own eyes and to my own perspective, what he did was very Christian. And is what is expected of all of us. Not to discriminate.
Right, not to discriminate, but we have to move on. Interestingly, the conversations we're having today are sort of bordering around religious leaders, but this one is on a lighter note. Now, Tunde Bakare, the 7th overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, has asked President Bola Tinubu to accept advice and stop playing God. Speaking on Sunday during a State of the Nation broadcast at the church in Lagos, Bakare said the president should implement a coordinated program to steer Nigeria out of its current crisis. Now, the cleric said Nigerians have prayed long enough for the country to improve, while he went on to dismiss further calls for prayers as nothing more than a mere religious ritual. He also said that Nigerian leaders need to act urgently to prevent the country from descending into a mafia state. Wow, interesting. Do you see us descending into a mafia state? Do you see that happening? Yeah, like, has it gotten to that?
I don't think that's gotten to that, and let me be funny, and we pray. Since we said we should stop praying, and we pray it doesn't get to that.
State. So mafia state, I'll be like, whoa, really? Wow, we're there. But let's see some of the reactions on social media. But one thing, I think that it's good for, to see religious leaders sometimes just be vocal about these things. What happens is, I understand the need for everyone to be like open, but what happens is we need to keep speaking truth to power, and it's with the any position that we get to hold, any position where we get to, whether it starts from the little things, and then when you get to that position, and then you cannot say, if you see something that is bad, it's bad, you have to speak it. I mean, sometimes you have to be diplomatic about it, but you have to speak it. And I think it's good to just see him, speak up. But let's see if we could watch the video. It's possible to watch the video, just take some of the comments. So Kehinde says, with due respect to Pastor Tunde Bakare's calling, Baba is a failed politician that wants to use the manipulation of the pulpit to get to power. But God is no man. The National Assembly is performing her constitutional responsibility. Don't add official, that's the handle of the president. Don't add President Bola Tinubu to the criticism. Oh, interesting, of National Assembly. Jimmy Michael says, Tunde Bakare wants to sabotage the government with his words. His assumption was wrong because no job for him again in Abuja, and he knows that his records of all contracts he has collected will be checked thoroughly. EFCC needs to visit him for check and balance. It's always interesting to see what people are saying. Patriots, Emmanuel 24087 says, where is Tunde Bakare during GMB? It was supposed to be in past tense. It says, where was Tunde Bakare during GMB's, General Mohammed Buhari's 8 years tenure? Hypocrisy everywhere. You kept mute when Lawan Senate president was adopting all bills from executive, including borrowing monies, all manners of things. Today, under Tinubu, you found your voice using the pulpit to play politics. Wow, pulpit politics, that's not something to joke about. DTJ says, this is the worst administration so far in the history of Nigeria. The country has fully become a zoo with a lot of lawlessness and constant abuse of power by people who were elected into office. They keep borrowing money without nothing to show for it. Insecurity is 100%. That's according to the TJ. Let's see if we have more reactions to this one. Well, without more reactions to it, that's how some people are reacting to the commentary by Pastor Tunde Bakare. But do you see him like that commenter that said it's playing a little bit of pulpit politics? Do you really see that happening?
Tunde Bakare has always been vocal. He has always used his pulpit as a platform to address national issues. That is his style. That is his own way of doing things. It doesn't mean that that is what every pastor is doing or should do. I believe that the way people have different talents is the same way that different pastors are called to address things in different ways. Right from even before the time of Tinubu, Tunde Bakare has always been critical of almost every government. I know people say he didn't say anything about Buhari because he leaned towards him, but I believe that Tunde Bakare normally uses his platform to say things about almost every government.
Every government.
He always has something to say. No government is perfect, and every government has its own stumbling blocks. The problem is that when the stumbling blocks become too glaring, too noticeable in everyday life, then it is a problem. Tinubu, of course, President Tinubu, when he came, he met issues on ground, and then he has tried to address them in the best way possible. But one thing we should realize is that because there is when you look at government generally, corruption has seeped into all levels of government. So no matter the president that comes in, it's what he meets on ground already. And then trying to sanitize the whole place takes time, energy, resources, and all of that. So most times when government comes, they just try to adjust and all of that. And that adjustment doesn't really help much and doesn't really address the core of the problems. So that's just basically. So Bakare will always, I can tell you that Bakare will always find a reason to complain and will always find a reason to talk. That's very simple. It's not something that will go away anytime soon.
And is that a bad thing or a good thing?
It's not a bad thing. I think sometimes the problem I have is men of God tend to, I know people say separate the state from the church. In the days of yore, when there were kings, the church had a strong influence. The government had a strong influence on the church. That's why even in the Anglican church today, God Save the King or God Save the Queen is still in the hymnal of the Anglican church because of that influence or that cross. I still feel that the church is the moral conscience, represents the moral conscience of any country. So it shouldn't just keep quiet and not say anything. It should actually, still be that moral compass to help guide the country get to where it's supposed to go.
It should be.
I totally agree.
So. I totally agree with you. But that's how we bring it to wraps here on the social listening segment today. Thank you so much, Mr. BDTV Okafor. It's always really lovely speaking with you on the social listening segment.
Thank you
hope
for
we'll have you again next time.
No problem.
Thank you very much. And that's how we bring it to wraps today. Keep watching BDTV.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications, so we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
President Donald Trump is reported to be considering more tariff exemptions, this time for automakers on imports from China that was imposed to counter fentanyl production, as well as levies on steel and aluminium. And at the International Monetary Fund spring meetings earlier in the week, IMF Director of Fiscal Affairs Vitor Gaspar warned of rising global public debt now at historic levels and intensifying fiscal pressures. Global public debt, according to him, is surging above the pandemic peak, contributing to narrower fiscal space and also making policy trade-offs more complicated.
The Spring Fiscal Monitor documents that global public debt is high and rising, approaching 100% of GDP by the end of the decade and surging above the pandemic peak. High debt, low growth, rising interest costs, spending pressures, and elevated policy uncertainty contribute to narrower fiscal space, making policy trade-offs starker and policy choices more painful. The Fiscal Monitor shows that public finance positions and prospects are very different across countries. Countries will need to first and foremost keep their own house in order. This involves three key priorities. First, fiscal policy should be part of overall stability-oriented macroeconomic policies. Second, fiscal policy should, in most countries, aim at reducing public debt and building buffers to create space to respond to spending pressures and economic shocks. Lastly, fiscal policy should, together with other structural policies, aim at improving potential growth, thereby easing policy trade-offs. If a crisis occurs, fiscal policy has an important role to play. First, it should support the central bank in its efforts to preserve financial stability and orderly market conditions. Such complementarity was crucial in recent episodes, as in the Great Financial Crisis and the pandemic. Second, fiscal policy should be counter-cyclical. It is crucial that the public sector leans against the wind of private sector deleveraging. Otherwise, the crisis will be deeper and longer, but this requires fiscal space. Third, in extreme cases, public finance may be at the center of the crisis, and timely and orderly debt restructuring may be required. In these times of high uncertainty, fiscal policy must be an anchor for confidence and stability that helps delivering growth and prosperity for all. A crisis is by no means a foregone conclusion. There is still time to build a more balanced, resilient global economy. Ministers of Finance must build trust, tax fairly, spend wisely, and take the long view.
Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at some of the headlines moving markets and try to join the dots to equip viewers to succeed in the marketplace. US stock markets surged earlier yesterday after reports that the administration was considering slashing tariffs on Chinese imports. Gains later slipped, though the market is still rallying broadly, and we've seen some improvement over the last few days, looking at the bearish nature of markets of recent. Apple was fined 500 million euros, that's $570 million yesterday, and Meta 200 million euros after a year-long investigation by the European Commission on if the companies comply with the Digital Markets Act, DMA, that checks anti-competitive domination by the biggest companies. Trump has always seen these fines as indirect trade barriers penalizing US companies. UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak says the UK could lower tariffs on US car imports as she tries to broker a trade deal with the US, adding that she wants to see tariff and non-tariff barriers reduced between the UK and the US. Oil prices were down more than 2% yesterday as OPEC Plus accelerates production increases in June amid continued tensions between key members. 8 OPEC Plus members, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, plan to boost headline oil output in May by 411,000 barrels a day. day, up from a previously targeted increase of 122,000. When the members meet on May 5 to set output targets for June, we could also see an increase in production by a similar amount. Gold sank more than 2.5% yesterday as risk appetite improved due to speculation of the escalation of US-China tensions and the statement that there are no plans to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Texas Instruments in Q1 2025 reported earnings per share of $1.28 compared to Wall Street's estimate of $1.07. Revenue came in at $4.07 billion, which was better than analysts' expectation of $3.91 billion. Texas Instruments also gave a solid outlook with a revenue forecast range for the current quarter of $4.17 billion to $4.53 billion, above the estimate of $4.1 billion. United Bank for Africa (UBA) announced its Q1 2025 net profits after tax as rising 33.15% to 189.84 billion naira compared to 142.58 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. Interest income remained a significant driver of growth, hitting 599.83 billion naira, also a 36.09% increase year on year. High interest rates in Nigeria has always been a boost for the major lenders in the country. At a closed-door meeting earlier in the week on the sidelines of the ongoing IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C., the managing director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, the governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, and Nigeria's Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, have pledged to continue to work together to scale up social spending, improve security, and promote inclusive growth in Nigeria. The MD of the IMF also reiterated her support for Nigeria's economic reforms. Rwanda said yesterday that it was in talks with the US over a potential minerals deal. Similar ongoing talks between Washington and Rwanda's neighbor, Democratic Republic of Congo, where the US is currently engaged in talks over a potential minerals for security deal. Vedanta Resources is considering a U.S. public listing for its Zambian unit, Konkola Copper Mines, as one of its options to raise about $1 billion for mine development. The miner, owned by Indian billionaire Anil Agarwal, is reported to have hired Barclays and Citigroup to advise on the plans for an initial public offering. Our deep dive is looking at some of the April economic data just out this week, with the first flash PMI indicators showing some sluggishness in Europe, the UK, and also in the US. The US data shows activity and expansion, but the data shows a slower expansion, while in Europe and the UK, we are still seeing contraction with little evidence of recovery. The more dominant services sector is doing better in most Western economies, but demand is also cooling. In the US, manufacturing is attempting a recovery. Let's look at the data in more detail. US preliminary reading of S&P Global's composite PMI showed US business activity expanded at a slower pace in April, with the index easing to 51.2 from March's 53.5. Manufacturing PMI inched up to 50.7 from 50.2, while services PMI fell to 51.4 from 54.4, a sign that demand in the dominant services sector, like I said, may be losing steam. In the UK, the S&P Global UK Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index eased to 44 in April from 44.9 in March, also matching expectations or consensus of 44. Meanwhile, UK Services Business Activity Index contracted. That was at 48.9 in April versus March's 52.5 and coming in below 51.3 that was expected In the Eurozone, manufacturing sector remained in contraction as the PMI improved to 48.7. That's manufacturing in April from 48.6, just a marginal improvement, beating expectations of 47.5. Services in the Eurozone saw PMI falling to 49.7. That's April from 51 in March and below the estimated 50.5 print. Also a 5-month low. The Eurozone PMI composite arrived at 50.1 in April, following March's 50.9 and less than market consensus of 50.3. That's the composite PMI. We are yet to see the impact of tariffs, but we have seen an early ramp up in activity to stock up ahead of expected tariff announcements amid a pause which is meant to allow negotiations, even though many of these tariffs seem to be settling somewhat in terms of where they are going to eventually land. According to the IMF, higher tariffs imply a markdown in growth but not a recession, and it's still too early to appreciate the full impact, as much is still yet, like I said, to settle, as tariff negotiations, I would say, still in very early stages. Later today on data, we get the U.S. weekly initial jobless claims, Chicago Fed National Activity Index, durable goods orders data, and the existing home sales data in the U.S. to shed more clues on the economic climate. South Africa's finance ministry has announced the decision to suspend the planned value-added tax increase, which was set to take effect on the 1st of May. The proposal, involving a 1% hike spread over 2 years, faced significant opposition from political parties, leading to internal tensions within the coalition government. In the latest financial report, IBM outperformed expectations in Q1 2025, with earnings per share reaching $1.60, surpassing the estimated $1.42 per share. Despite a slight decrease from the previous year's $1.68 per share, the quarterly revenue exceeded projections, totaling $14.54 billion and reflecting a 1% year-on-year increase. Chief Executive Officer Arvind Krishna affirmed the company's steady 2025 revenue and cash flow guidance amidst the evolving macroeconomic landscape. SK Hynix Q1 earnings release underscored the growing influence of artificial intelligence in the memory market and the company's robust position for seeing sustained tech investments in AI. The first quarter revenue surged by about 42% to 17.64 trillion won. That's $12.36 billion, surpassing the anticipated 17.26 trillion won. Operating profit also notably increased by 158% year-on-year. However, a quarter-on-quarter comparison revealed a decline of 11% in revenue and an 8% drop in operating profit from the previous quarter's peak. Business sentiment in Germany improved slightly in April, with the IFO Business Climate Index rising to 86.9 from 86.7 in March, also above expectation. Asia Pacific markets traded mixed following gains on Wall Street and investor optimism to see a breakthrough in resolving US-China trade tensions. In a concerning economic development, South Korea recorded a 0.1% year-on-year GDP contraction in the first quarter, marking its first decline since Q4 of 2020. This downturn missed the expected 0.1% growth and contrasted with the 1.2% expansion in the final quarter of 2024, with the construction sector notably contributing to the negative trend. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are are watching Business Day Television.
Going into the match, I'd expect the Nigerian men team to take out 3 points, seeing that we needed that points even more than Zimbabwe. If you look at it, Zimbabwe has not won any match in the competition in the qualifier. And you think or you expect Nigeria, who had went to Kigali and beat Rwanda, to come down to Uyo and get the job done. But as you can see, the result wasn't what we expected, and we shall literally set back our target as a nation, as a footballing nation, to want to go to the US.
Yeah, it was very important in the sense that we're in a group whereby I don't rate the other countries, in terms of how they are being rated in FIFA lists. And I think South Africa is just the one that was supposed to give us an issue. But we find out that South Africa is in first on table and we are still lagging in the middle of the group table, with countries like Zimbabwe, who we know, and Rwanda, who on a normal day we are supposed to, supposed to be a walkover game for us. But unfortunately, it isn't. We are drawing against Zimbabwe 1-1. The match we were supposed to win 3-0. If we watched the game yesterday, it was quite annoying that, at the end of it, or towards the final minutes of the game, we were still bringing in strikers instead of bringing in defenders to pack up the back and, just end the game in a 1-0 win, give us the W, and, we fly off and get a stronger position to qualify for the World Cup. But as it is right now, I don't know how that will go for us in our remaining games.
It was very sad for me. I watched the match throughout. I was in my house. I watched the match. It was a match we needed to win. So at least give us a chance that we can meet at some extent the group leaders, South Africa. But our boys played well. They controlled the match. They dictated the pace of play. But Zimbabwe were resolute. Apparently, they had the game plan. They had a very good goalkeeper that made sure that our boys don't score. There were no clear-cut chances to share. I thought that we didn't have that creativity was not there in the midfield. Even though the injury tried, it would be tried, but they Lookman lose some chances. I felt Simon should have. I felt the team, Lookman, Simon should have done more of the shooting. At times we need to at least test the goalkeeper with the shots rather than passing. And I felt Simon should have done that at the edge where he was playing more. A lot of Lookman should have shoot too. Overall, I was disappointed. The equalizer was like was icing on the cake, because Nigeria should have won that score at least by 4 goals. But equalizer was icing on the cake. It was like a dagger in the stomach to me. It was very, very painful. Apparently, if I was the coach supposed to have done some things, but he didn't do it.
Personally, it's very, very, very slim. It's slimmer than a short eye as it is, because winning that game would have given us an edge. We're currently sitting, I think we're sitting fourth on the log with 7 points. Then you have Rwanda and Benin with 8 points each. Then South Africa with 13. So we literally need to win all our games, and that will still want to give us the upper hand if South Africa is also doing what they are doing now, getting all 3 points, probably losing or drawing to Nigeria, which I don't expect us to win that game. The chances are slim, but we can do it if it's to go for best loser try as much as possible to squeeze ourselves in. That's our only chance, really. Is it that because there's an argument that South Africa fielded a player that was not supposed to play in their last game before the one against Benin. So if that could lead to the points reduction, yes, it can actually open the group up for Nigeria. But outside that, I think the permutation is not in our favor at all.
Now it's very slim because we just drew 1-1 in our previous game against Zimbabwe, and I don't see a possibility for us, playing bigger teams and winning those games if you cannot beat an ordinary Zimbabwean team. It's crazy how this the expectations that we have for our national team at the end of the day is always like it always falls flat. So I guess it's just it will be a miracle if we go up and win the World Cup per se. But anything can happen. It's football, so yeah.
It's difficult now. The group is difficult. We are 7 points. South Africa is 13 points, 5 points ahead of us. Don't know what we can do. But then it's left for the coach. They have 4 matches to play. I doubt they can win two. They have 2 matches, two home and two away. We've not won any home match so far. Hope they can win the remaining 2 matches. They can't be South Africa away. The ones they can get in that game is a draw. South Africa is already home and dry. So the only thing should be praying for now is that other results favor us, and that we can maybe qualify through the playoff. But it's not looking. Benin will not be sleeping. So Rwanda will not be sleeping. Our guys have to wake up. We should not be in this situation. We have the players, but our guys they need to wake up. Coaching has been part of the problem we've had, and we can see we struggle. We used to three coaches in this qualifying tournament so far. So the coach need to learn from this match. I mean, when you're leading in a football match, 85 minutes, the game was so difficult. I needed the win. Introduce defenders. I mean, the coach need to study the opponent closely and make scoring is difficult. Why is scoring difficult in the team? Look at we struggle to score goals even in the nature of qualifying matches. The coach need to work on that. I mean, we have good attackers, but why is it that we can't score? Top scorers in Europe or on the bench. So the coach need to work on that.
The players that we are fielding, it's not that they are not good, but I think we're doing too much of attacking than all around play. So what I meant is that if you look at the first game against Rwanda for Chile, and then the second game against Zimbabwe, you have 5 attacking players on the pitch, and then you're leaving Ndidi alone to sit back at the defender and soak in the pressure. I'd expect him to do 2 midfielders. That someone that will also assist in the we have Joe Aribo, we have Oyemashi, Bro Oyemashi on the bench, and you're not using these guys. Instead, you're feeding Osime, Simon, Chukwueze, Iwobi, and Lukman. As a matter of fact, you're playing Lukman out of his position, which is not what you expect from a coach who needs a win. So I'd say that the country needs to step up. Tactically, we need to get it right. We're not playing beautiful football, and we're not also winning games. So it's one thing to play beautiful football and lose, but you're not playing beautiful football and you're not winning. So you have to go back to the drawing board and get things right. That's why I say that tactically we need to get it right. We no longer have an identity as a footballing nation, as a national team. Prior to 2015, 2013, 2014, 10 and thereabouts, when Nigeria is playing, okay, this is the style of play. These guys dominate. There was a time we go band for band against the likes of Greece, South Korea, and the rest. But these days, you cannot even beat a Zimbabwe or a Lesotho team. It's not what you expect from Nigeria at all.
They are strong enough to compete. It's just the tactics that is the problem. If we get a good tactics, we have different players like we have Iwobi, who is doing well for Fulham, Calvin Bassey of Fulham as well. We have Olaino, who is doing very well in Nottingham Forest, who has also proven his worth in the left back area. We have so many of these guys. Chukwueze might not be the best for me, but he's also pulling his weight as well. But if these people can try as much as possible to come together to see, okay, let's see how we can deliver our squad to the next level. It should be a walk, or the other game should be a walkover, especially the game against if we're going to play South Africa, or which should be our strongest opponents in the group. Fine, definitely, but as for me, we are still struggling. I still see us struggling, but then again, it's okay.
Well, the coach should have at 90 minutes, even 85 minutes, that front Ocean was going out. Also, are bringing more defenders. At least he had Igbo on the bench. He had Tori Ogba on the bench. Why didn't you use these guys into the match? 5 minutes to the match. You're leading 1-0. At least a crucial match. Introduce 2 defenders. Bring in Ocean was going out. Take out somebody again, and bring in these guys. Those guys were tired now. They're tired. One reason why Zimbabwe the qualifiers was called out. They were weak. The weather was so hot, and they had
as long as they give me so much throughout the whole game. So they were tired. I thought the coach would have bring him two defenders to strengthen the team. If a typical Mourinho, that's what he would have done yesterday. So I blame the coach partly. His tactics. I blame him for his tactics. Should have been more careful. 85 minutes, Ocean was going up. Bring in two strong defenders. Those guys, I bet you those guys will now score that goal. And Ekong made a tactical mistake again. You should have just cleared the ball instantly. But I didn't know what he wanted to do there. I allowed that guy to slip off by him and score easily. It was very, very painful. Yes.
I think we need to go back to the drawing board. Like I said earlier, we need to have an identity. Are we a national team playing all attack, or are we a national team playing all defense, or are we trying to put modesty in all of that? Because the first two games were, and the formation that Chile set out on those two occasions, I was not proud of. Even though we won our first game with that formation, you could see what happened against Zimbabwe. You are leading by a goal, and you have less than 5 minutes to go. You cannot, bring in defensive players to just, hold the shock as much as possible to win Zimbabwe out till 5 minutes to go. So if you have an identity, the way, the style we want to play, when you see an Argentine team, okay, this is how the Argentine, this is how they're playing. Spanish team, this is how they're playing. Brazilian team, this is how they're playing. But we don't have that. We just play what we call on the streets. Babi Mark Babe. It's not what you expect from a national team. We need to, even the league, the local league is not functional to some extent. You cannot even bring players from that league to come compete. All of the players, most of the players playing for the Nigeria national team today are from outside the country. And there's no synergy in that team. They need to come together, work as a team. Then let's see how it goes. Because most of these guys, if not all of them, are stackers in their various clubs. But they couldn't get it done for Nigeria as a unit. So we need to go back to drawing board, work as a team, get it right. If we need to let go of some players, let them go for the greater good.
Yeah, Osimhen did very well. His women are doing very well. He's one of our top scorers in national team, sorry. But he did very well, but he's not the only person we have in our squad. We have other players too who can deliver as much. If we just have the cohesion of other national teams or other international teams like Belgium, England, and be cohesive and try to, work as one team, have more practice times whereby we know these players, I think we'll get the best out of him. Osimhen might be one of the best strikers in the world, but when it comes to our national team, he might deliver, but he's not delivering as though I would want him to. He's supposed to be scoring like 3-4 goals a game, given his talent and given his experience in the football. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing.
Well, he was tired. He was tired now. You can see he was holding his leg. He was tired. He was playing himself. Typical of Osimhen, he wanted to score goals. And when he's on the field, he gave more than 100% on the field. And that was what he did yesterday. He struggled to score that goal. So I felt he was injured. He was tired. He had to rest. And he signaled to the coach that he should change it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Year to date, the NGX has appreciated 1.76%, but this is not how analysts saw the year going. At the beginning, it was projected that there will be a flurry of new listings, but what we've seen is a few delistings with one listing. Our banks have raised capital from the market, but there's still over 2 trillion naira to be raised from the market. Newly created shares have been listed. Market cap is around 65.8 trillion. That's as of yesterday. But we are very far off from 100 trillion naira market capitalization. And on top of our agenda today, the question is the NGX so far so good. How far are we from what we want? This is Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the market and economic activities in Nigeria. I am your host, David Olujimi. This week, listed beer makers, Nigerian breweries, international breweries have been on a bullish roll, especially after Nigerian breweries posted its first positive quarter since Q1 2023. Nigerian breweries, international breweries, these two companies have now joined the trillion naira market cap club. On one hand, we're seeing positive market actions. On the other hand, we are seeing some of our last year's stock market performers surrender to the brutish hands of the market. Owando is down 40.3%, Suno Assurance is down 53.5%, Unicel down 44%. However, we've also seen some exceptional performance this year. Abe Mortgage Bank up 225%, VFD Group up 116%, Livestock Feeds up 142%. Unlike in 2024, the market has not seen a lot of rumbling action. Last year we saw the banking recapitalization news come up, cause a downward trend for banking stocks. And we also saw the federal government come up with the windfall tax. It also had its own effect on banking stocks. We saw the market move in the direction of the monetary policy rate. We saw direction move in the direction of yield rates on a lot of our T-bills. It was projected that 2025 we're going to see a materialization of a lot of corporate action, but we are not yet there. This is probably the slowest we've seen the NGX be in April since 2018. The globe has seen quite a bit of action with the emergence of Donald Trump as President of America, from an ongoing trade war right now between the US and China that has seen trade between US and China drop down to what I'll describe as phenomenally low levels. So we've also seen this action has caused trillions of dollars to be wiped off from the global equities market. However, in all the rumblings and shakings, Nigerian market seems to be isolated, or we'll say insulated from some of these global realities. Will this continue? No. Let's now move to inflation data. Inflation data for March shows that we are not yet out of the inflationary phase yet. After the CPI rebasing, we saw inflation drop down to 23%, but now in March, we've seen it go up to 24.3%. And essentially, that means one thing: Nigeria is not cutting rates anytime soon. So we will see fixed income markets still holding the savor that they hold for a bit, for a while. Lending rates are still going to be high. It means that T-bill yields, money market instruments are still going to have those high rates. How is this going to play out on our equities market? On the show this morning, we have Mukhtar Mohammed, the founder of Finance with Mukhtar. He is an international finance and economic analyst. Good morning, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, so this morning we are going to be talking about the NGX in 2025. So far, so good. Basically, let's just start with, what do you make of the NGX this year? Is this how you saw it playing out? At least most of our analysts did. At least most of the stockbroking analysts did not see it playing out this way.
Well, it depends on which factor you're looking at. If you're talking about recent history, then you should know that the stock market cannot repeat history all the time, and so sometimes there's a little shift in terms of history. Ordinarily at this period, what you see is activities, especially when those first quarter result comes in. But unfortunately, like you said in your report, we've not seen those first quarter results. Those first quarter results, especially from the financial sector, especially for the big time players of the financial sector, we're talking about the tier one banks, normally determine the direction of the market in the half year and then going into the full year. So we've not seen that, and that is attributed to the results, approval of result that was not didn't get through like what we normally see from the CBN. So now what we're saying is that a lot of investors at this moment would have collected their dividend, and those dividends will be reinvested in some of this equity after their first quarter results are out. But as it stands now, those dividends, some of those payments will be coming in this week, and so definitely we begin to see activities for those that want to reinvest some of this their dividend. And once the first quarter result now comes in, it tends to add to activities, and investors begin to take position towards the half year and sometimes towards the year end.
Okay, so basically, do you see any structural or macroeconomic factors at play? Or it's just based on the fact that dividends have not yet come in and the market is just slow because probably we have a liquidity challenge? Is there any macroeconomic factor you see at play right now?
Yes, there is. There will always be macroeconomic factors for every investor that wants to invest in the market. You have to look at what are they doing in the fixed income space. What is the rate in the fixed income space at the moment? Do you want to risk that to go to an uncertain space, especially when this result hasn't come in yet? So that's what you continue to see in the market. Definitely, those are the macroeconomic policy people that you rightly pointed out. We are not expecting the CBN to meet till sometime in May, and to see whether this inflation will come down. But from where we are sitting, from what you've seen in the report, we are not looking towards to see those low inflation figures. So investors will factor this into it before making investment decision. Definitely, that is one. Then liquidity also, like I said, a lot of liquidity that are coming in will come in during this week and next week. So some of those liquidity are going to find their way back into the market, and some of them also will still find their way into the fixed income market. So that's how macroeconomic issues and liquidity will play the market going forward.
Okay, so now we have this trend that I've observed in the market since I started following the market from 2022. In 2023, we had champs do, I think, over 1,000% in 2023. Last year, we saw Suno Assurances do 800% growth. We've seen Owando do 540%. We've seen I think there's this pharmaceutical company based in Julie PLC do over 1,000% last year. So basically, what we see now is that some of those bullish stocks of last year are now doing like a massive dive down. This year, if you put money in Owando, your equity is down 40%. Suno Assurance is down 53.5%. Unicel down 44%. Meanwhile, while that is going on, we are seeing another bullish surge with Abe Mortgage Bank. Abe is up 225%. I saw it last week do for fear. It did 47% just last week. The same thing with VFD. VFD did 2 weeks ago, did for 53%, did 9% again last week. It's almost like it's now customary for us to have some of this bullish, what I'll call bullish bust every year. Is it normal, or it's just a facade that probably is based on how investors are feeling right now? Is it a normal thing for us to have all these bullish busts? It's almost like a pump and dump thing.
Of all the stock you just mentioned, you see that BDX itself was the only one that did a little bit better in terms of dividend payout and a bonus of 1 for 5 for investors. Yes. And you see, and you can see that investors, I think that stock is going to be marked down today, and so you see that price come down to as low as 15 naira something cover. It's 15 naira 65 cover. So definitely, when you look at that, you will not think that stock have really gone down, but they are not factoring up the dividend payment and the bonus that have dragged it down. And also, they are looking forward to maybe they'll have to come for a public offer also. So that is the only stock that seems to tick when you look at those numbers that you've just brought in. If you look at some of the stocks you just mentioned, they are largely volatile, because if you look at the fundamentals in terms of dividend payout, you realize that those stocks are not highly there in terms of fundamentals. And you look at who are the people that are trading those stocks, they're normally traders. If you look at all the stock you mentioned, exception from Owando, and I'll give you the reason why Owando is always like that. Exception from Owando, all the other stock you mentioned were penny stock. They were available for traders, and a lot of traders took advantage of that. For Owando, I think the problem to Owando has always been corporate governance. When you look at the corporate governance that have been poor over the years in terms of acquisition, the result will be good this quarter, next quarter it nosedive. So investors are not really so confident in that stock called Owando. So you continue to see those challenges in Owando. For Abe, I think investors might be looking at new the new trend in terms of mortgage banking, housing, especially when you look at the housing policy of the federal government. Investors might be keen in there before you start getting those results to be able to participate, to partake in some of the expectation of the market in terms of government policy in housing going forward. I think that's what investors are looking. But again, it has to be with cautious if you really are investors that want to invest in that sector.
Okay. Like you said about so just to backtrack, just to sidestep, you said something about RBA and how investors may be looking at some of the housing policies of the government. Are there other listed micro mortgage banks? I think there's Infinity Trust. Infinity Trust is also a listed mortgage bank. Then we also have some rights like Real Estate Investment Trust. We have Union Homes and we have SFS. Don't you think that there should be like a drive towards some of those housing stocks, essentially real estate stocks, essentially? Why is it not moving in that direction? Why are investors not moving in that direction?
One answer to that question: they are not very liquid. That's the challenge. They are not liquid stocks in terms of the holdings of those shares. So those stocks are not liquid, and that has been a challenge. And what you are seeing in some of these stocks is that once they are not liquid, investors tend to go in there, and at the time of selling, you seem to be trapped in there. So definitely liquidity is a challenge. Most of the investors that normally take position in these stocks and are able to gain maximum returns are those that normally sell when the stocks are highly on bid. After that bid process, it's always very difficult because of the liquidity natures of some of the stocks that you have just listed, especially stocks in the real estate sector. And that sector also have not gotten so much patronage or so much information for investors, because ordinarily it should be a stock that most investors should be looking at. But they are not major big players. Outside of UACN, there is a big player in the real estate sector that you can see they are visible present in terms of housing in Lagos State, especially, and in Abuja. All others of these real estate companies that you have just mentioned seems to be struggling to get back to their feet.
Okay. So 2025 was projected to be a year materialization of corporate actions. We saw a number of corporate actions, but activities remain muted. What was the delay? Are companies not, do you think is that companies are probably just trying to wait maybe for some policy actions to take place, or there's like we have a broader liquidity challenge in the entire market?
I think it's not about a broader liquidity challenge. I think it's more or less investors and companies waiting to know the direction. We have a little bit of challenges now in the market. In terms of FX exchange rate, it was not yet stable the way we thought it should be. So definitely all these are going to play a major role in the market going forward. So definitely I expect that what we are seeing in the market presently has to deal with a lot of not just liquidity challenge. Again, like I said, the market always need a trigger, which you have pointed out. And we are not seeing those numbers, especially first quarter results. We've not seen those first quarter results to trigger a lot of activities in the market. Until those results comes in, those results give direction. And when you hear information around whereby information already filtered in that banks may not be able to make the kind of profit we saw last year due to revaluation in FX. And so a lot of investors want to see what happened in the first quarter, begin to look at what would definitely drive the market in the coming days and months.
Okay, so finally, trade wars, Trump trade wars, tariffs have become probably the most Google searched word on the internet this year. Global equity sell-offs, trillions of dollars wiped off from the S&P 500. The S&P 500 index so Nigerian market seems oddly insulated. It just seems like nothing really affects us when it comes to, is this isolation, is it a sustainable thing, or we are just seeing delayed effect, or we are just seeing a delay in the ripple effect? Is it, or some another part is, do we think that our isolation from the global market is a positive thing, or is something not to be very happy about?
I don't agree that we are isolated. I remember some 2 weeks ago when the global market took a tumble about bond policy, there we also took a tumble, which is what we call the snowball effect, the fear of the Trump policy. But when you look at it critically, we're able to recover because, again, investors begin to factor in how much exposed are we to this trade war. And if you look at it, we are not so much exposed to this trade war, but we have an exposure. And those exposure to this trade war is mostly in the oil and gas sector. And how have we been exposed? There is the low price of crude oil, which also have its effect, whether its effect is on our foreign reserve, which we will see a low foreign reserve because, again, we are not even able to meet production. Oil benchmark has come down low. Oil is selling just at $60 per barrel. So, and that is less than our budget projected budget benchmark. But to the local economy, you see the positivity in there, that you see low crude price. And so if a company, some of these oil and gas companies that were listed before they did, a company like MRS now is supposed to be the toast of investors because, again, it's the marketing aspect that is listed. But when you look at those companies that are listed holistically there, a company like Sepla, a company like Wando, then you are beginning to see that there should be low pessimism in those stocks, and those stocks are supposed to be coming down, and that is what you definitely will be seeing in the community. Those are the effect that we have. So most of these effects are going to come in the oil and gas sector, and those are the companies that are fully wholly listed. But again, you see positivity in the marketing aspect of some of these companies, especially when you look at Total Nigerian PLC. So we expect this deregulation policy of local low price to also have an effect on their bottom line.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mukhtar Mohammed, for your time on Business Day TV. We really appreciate the insights you provided for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah. On Friday, we're going to be turning our attention to IMF spring meetings. Yesterday, IMF projections came out, and it's filled in the global economy. There's a lot of uncertainty about what 2025 holds. Every country in the world has been downgraded when it comes to their projections for inflation, GDP growth rate. In Nigeria, IMF has put a projected inflation at 26.5, just about 200 basis points above Nigeria's present inflation rate. Are they projecting that Nigeria's inflation is going to go up even further the coming months? We will see. We'll talk about all of that on Friday. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Business Day TV's Economy and Market. It's been great having you here. See you on Friday.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to try, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport. Not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had inputs, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time we're always reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. It's, oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that, and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. and everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so I mean, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports, and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports, but the business of sports, I mean, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government, for actively for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, I mean, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, I mean, soldier goes, soldier comes. I mean, there's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, now actually the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors,
Okay,
and
sir.
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, I mean, intentionality, that's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, this their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone, and it's nothing to, so, I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. World Bank names Dangote member private sector investment lab. Value Jet to commence Lagos-Banjul flights on May 15th. Forensic audit of NNPCL underway, says Wale Edun. ECOWAS to relocate Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso offices. Fans assured of maximum security ahead of GoTV Boxing Night 33. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the World Bank Group revealed it has added Aliko Dangote, President and CEO of the Dangote Group, and others as new members of the Private Sector Investment Lab. The group on Wednesday, April 23rd, announced the launch of the next phase of its Private Sector Investment Lab, focused on implementing proven solutions at scale. According to the World Bank, this new chapter expands the lab's membership to include industry leaders with experience generating jobs in developing economies, aligning directly with the bank's sharpened focus on job creation as a core driver of development. Other new members include Bill Anderson, CEO Bayer, AG Sunil Bharati Mittal, Shia Bharati Enterprises, and Mark Hoplamazian, President and CEO Hyatt Hotels Corporation. Moving on, Nigeria carrier Value Jet has revealed plans to commence direct flight operations to Banjul, the Gambia, from Lagos on May 15, 2025. The airline says the new Lagos to Banjul flight will offer an essential air link between two of West Africa's most dynamic regions, providing greater access to the Gambia's growing tourism industry and facilitating strong economic ties between Nigeria and the Gambia. All right, we'll bring the rest of the news to you after the short break. Welcome back. Here are some of the stories making top headlines this afternoon. The local news. So in the local news, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has announced that a forensic audit of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL, is in its works. Edun revealed this on Tuesday, April 22nd, during the Nigerian Investor Forum held alongside the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank Spring meetings in Washington, D.C., United States. The minister highlighted the recent leadership changes at the NNPC as part of the government's efforts to improve the company's performance, particularly regarding oil production. This announcement comes as stakeholders have called for a thorough examination of NNPC's operations under its former Group Chief Executive Officer, Mele Kyari. And now to the foreign scene, the Economic Community of West African States has begun moves to relocate its institutions and agencies from Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso following the recent withdrawal of the three Sahelian nations from the regional bloc. At an extraordinary session of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers held in Accra, Ghana on Wednesday, the ministers deliberated on logistical strategies for the relocation and the suspension of ongoing regional programs in the three countries now governed by military juntas. Chairman of the Council and Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, opened the session with a call for calm, pragmatism and unity. To end the news, Fly Kite Productions, organizers of the GoTV Boxing Night, have assured fans of maximum security ahead of the 33rd edition of the event set for Saturday at the Molade Okoya Thomas Indoor Sports Hall, Teslim Balogun Stadium, Lagos. Speaking ahead of the showpiece, Chief Operating Officer of Fly Kite Productions, Bamidele Johnson, revealed that all necessary arrangements have been put in place to guarantee a space and safe, enjoyable experience for fans. The night's headline bout will feature teenage sensation Rahim Bado Anemashun against John Kofi of Benin Republic in what promises to be an electrifying contest. That does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs